I think we were all a little on edge in this latest flight when we had a satellite below us in orbit explode or disintegrate or something, and then there was a bit of a debris field. And so we were woken up in the middle of the night to all go to our own spacecraft. It's called Safe Haven, because they weren't sure whether or not the debris would hit the space station. So we had about 45 minutes. My first time there, when I was in the forward part of the space station, living there by myself with my two other Russian colleagues in the way back, yeah, I got scared a little bit because first time I'm like very hypersensitive to all of these switching of pumps and fans and noises. One antenna right outside there was a crew quarters there, would turn every now and then night, or I think it was a camera actually, and sometimes the folks in mission control would turn it so they could see stuff, and it was like right outside the window so we could hear inside. So I was asking a lot of questions during that flight, like, what's that? But now that I've lived there for a long time, I feel like I know most of the things that are happening, or I can figure it out.
At the time, you feel very much, or I did feel very much on stage. 240,000 miles away, it doesn't seem like on stage, but when you know that millions of people are watching on television, listening to your voice, you're, in a word, apprehensive of not doing something wrong or not fulfilling what's expected of you. But it doesn't bother me particularly. It irritates the heck out of my father, though. He's always looking out for the best things for his offspring. But I think that my life would have been a little more hectic had I been the first. Who knows, I might even decided to become a college professor the way he did. But having gone through it once, I'd be a much smarter person.
It almost destroyed you.
Right. But I think I'm a better man for having experienced it.
birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr.
United States. It's different, but it's very pretty out here.
Directly applied to the program. Jim, I think we gotta have that. We don't know a damn thing about the surface of the moon, and we're making the wildest guesses about how we're going to land on the moon. And we could get a terrible disaster from putting something down on the surface of the moon that's very different than we think it is.
Be advised that a lot of the rock samples out here, the hard rock samples, have what appear to be vesicles in the surface. Also, I'm looking at one now that appears to have some sort of phenocryst.
Just tuned in? Can't figure out what you're listening to? This is the message on our radio.
Have stepped up raids on transmitter sites like this tower block. They say they've been buzzed by helicopters and chased by Home Office men disguised as lift mechanics.
And you can listen to us starting at 5. Our first program is Radio Solidarity.
Early in 19... the reactor vessel arrives at the plant site from... Working in bitterly cold weather, men and machines nudge the vessel into the sphere, inch by inch and foot by foot. After 4 days, the vessel is raised to its upright position. It took 2 years to build. Any damage now would jeopardize the entire plant schedule. Slowly, the vessel is lowered into its nest of steel, concrete, and huge pipes. Finally, it's in place. No time is lost in outfitting the furnace with its hardware. Underneath, the control rod drive equipment is added. Quarters are cramped. Inside the furnace, men install the grids that will guide the fuel bundles into place and keep them in proper alignment. Clean, white work clothes are worn to help keep the interior of the vessel spotless. Cloth caps and shoe covers are also worn. Every night, the opening of the vessel is covered with plastic film to keep out.
Si je t'aimais, si Everybody here is out of sight, but they don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose, they keep things alive. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody freedom, warm and bright. It's such a wild and natural sight. Everybody dancing in the moonlight. We like our fun and we never fight. You can't dance and stay uptight. It's supernatural delight. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody freedom, warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody dancing in the moonlight. Everybody here is out of sight, but they don't bark and they don't bite. They keep things loose, they keep things alive. Everybody was dancing in the moonlight. Everybody dancing in the moonlight. Everybody freedom, warm and bright. It's such a fine and natural sight. Everybody dancing in the moonlight, dancing in the moonlight. Everybody freedom, warm and
Roger, we'd like to tell you that the initial pump land with the S-band was a ground problem. And it looks as though all of the comm checks are go, and we would like to ask if our VHF uplink was okay. Okay, VHF A and B both checked out with loud and clear. And since we don't have anything other than the sequence camera to check out here, we're going to check that out and then power down and take care of the rest of the housekeeping without the power. Roger, Falcon.
This is death, the final harvest of ignorance, of carelessness, and of greed. We do not know exactly how much of the productive land of the world man has destroyed. We do not know exactly to what an extent he has reduced the size of the Earth's woodpile, nor exactly to what extent he has polluted the clear, fresh waters of the Earth. But we do know this. Roughly 3/4 of the Earth's surface is covered by water. The land area which is left is by no means all productive.
Here then was the basis on which the plant was to be built. A plant that would provide experience and experimentation for the benefit of future. A facility in which a variety of may eventually be operated. A plant made possible by a close working relationship between government and industry. These basic ideas evolved into this schematic plan of the shipping port station. Behind the successful completion of shipping port was the blazing of trails into new territory. The solution of countless problems in physics, chemistry, engineering, manufacturing, and construction. These problems, many completely without precedent, fell in general areas, the first and foremost being
all of a sudden they wake up here one morning and are told that what the way they've operated for the last 100 years is wrong. This is a hard thing to just tell a man that he spent his life doing something wrong. He doesn't have to believe it. And then all of a sudden, we're some kind of demon. See, the Civil War's over. It was not some sort of medieval torture. This system, in its best sense, was based on it's an impossible system to return to. But I don't have family anymore than I feel like I'm the daddy of. I do not expect to ever have this relationship with the younger generation. The children of these men, they are oriented entirely different. They're conscious of the change in the status quo. They are everything's geared to machinery.
But I will say that the system we had was a system that, on the surface, developed a very outgoing, happy group of people. They're old people now. But these are the people that I grew up thinking I knew. They are fairly confused about what their position is. They don't want to be subservient. The children of these men, they are oriented entirely differently. They grew up in they're conscious of the change in the status quo. They are fairly confused about what their position is. They don't want to be subservient.
It's almost your big day. Aren't you happy? I am happy. When you first came to us, you were scared. You were lost, empty, and forgotten. Look at you now. Now, you are only forgotten. Not for long, though. My, how you've grown. There is only one step left to take. One task left to accomplish. Aren't you happy? I'm happy. You have been given everything you ever needed. Now, we must reverse roles to stop the bad people and take back that which we built. It's time to travel downward, downward, downward. Aren't you happy, Louise? I am happy. So much work. Not too tough for a hard worker like you, though. My, how you've grown. It's almost time, Louise. It's almost time. Aren't you happy, Louise? I am happy. Travel downward, downward, downward. Speak to the bad people. Don't you want to see your daughter again, Louise? How is your daughter, Louise? Is she dying, Louise? Where did she go, Louise? Is she locked down in a furnace, Louise? Is she running out of time, Louise? Aren't you happy, Louise? Louise? Why aren't you happy?
I am happy.
Analytical methods can accurately predict what will happen in very severe accident environments.
So far, we've been lucky, and there have not been any major accidents. If there is an accident of major proportions, all of the studies have concluded that it would really be a catastrophe on a scale of a major war.
The first step is to develop a mathematical model of the entire physical system, and then evaluate the model with a computer.
It has enabled us to have our stuff immediately available for the different agencies that handle the files that go around.
While there's been a learning curve navigating the new system, the electronic system has been a welcome change for most of the city and county employees by reducing time and saving money, allowing technology to take over.
They had people who... So that required extra employees. So that's one of the big savings is, we have the computer system that does the work that we used to have people do.
let us face, without panic, the reality of our times. The fact that atom bombs may someday be dropped on our cities. And let us prepare for survival, understanding the weapon that threatens us. An atom bomb destroys or injures in 3 ways. In case of an actual raid or test drill, the alert will be a warbling siren blast, lasting 3 minutes. Once you hear this, act fast. Pull down the shades or blinds and close the drapes against flying glass. Turn off the burners of your gas or electric stove. Disconnect any heating elements, such as electric irons, hot plates, or bathroom heaters. Close all outside doors, but leave them unlocked. Turn off the gas or oil burners. Taking shelter may be a race against time, even when you have some advance warning. But possibly, there may be no time. An attack could come without warning.
Can it be my young maiden fair is waiting all alone tonight? Is she waiting for me only? Is she waiting for me only? May I hope it is my young maiden, waiting all alone and awaiting me. Will she come and will she walk with me? 'Neath one blanket we together be.
few days about events in South Vietnam, and the CIA coordinates its efforts with the Defense Department and State Department. I think there's going to be a tax cut, because I think that for us not to have a tax cut would be so unwise and would throw our economic progress in sufficient jeopardy. It's been my strong view that we not only should have a tax cut for the economic progress of this country, but will have a tax cut. We have some influence. We have some influence. And and we're attempting to carry it out. I think we can't expect these countries to do everything the way we want to do them. They've got their own interests, their own personality, their own tradition. We can't make everyone in our image, and there's going to be people who don't want to go in our image. We can't make the world over. We can influence the world, and the fact of the matter is that the United States, with the assistance of the United States, Southeast Asia, and indeed all of Asia, has been maintained independent against a very powerful force. I feel that we must bear good deal of responsibility for it, beginning with our cable of early August, in which we suggested the coup. The period, in my judgment, that wire was badly drafted. While we did redress that balance in later wires, that first wire, military effort was doing well. There was a sharp split between Saigon and the rest of the country. Politically, the situation was deteriorating. Militarily, it had not had its effect. There was a feeling, however, that it would. For this reason, applying additional pressures in order to move them.
Hello. Naughty.
Why do the leaves fall? Why does the snow come on the ground?
Okay.
Why do the leaves turn green? Where do we go to take transport? Summer.
And then walking with me.
I was shocked by the death of Zim and knew. I'd met Zim with Justice Douglas many years ago. He was an extraordinary character, while he became increasingly difficult in the last months. Nevertheless, over a 10-year period, he'd held his country together, maintained its independence under very adverse conditions. The way he was killed made it particularly abhorrent. The question now is whether the generals can stay together and build a stable government, or whether Saigon will begin to turn on public opinion in Saigon, intellectuals, students, etc. will turn on this government as repressive and undemocratic in the not-too-distant future.
Good evening, friends. It's been many years since we had our trials and tribulations in North Vietnam, but it's marvelous to be able to speak with you tonight and tell you how proud I am of you as a group and how proud I am to be a member
There are very few occasions where one can say where one was exactly 40 years ago, at what time, and in what circumstance. But this is one of the occasions where I do remember it, and all of us who participated in it will never forget it. That evening in the soggy White House of that year was one of the great occasions that there is no prouder moment in the history of the White House than to bring you back as former prisoners of war and to celebrate together an event we had long looked forward to. To honor your sacrifice, we had to end the war in a condition that America had not been brought low, and that it had lived up to its commitments to the people who, in reliance on us, had cast their lot with us. That evening was a moment of great fulfillment for him And I hope for all of you. You, of course, had borne the brunt of the suffering. And we met regularly with your families, trying to do it once a month. We were inspired by the courage of your families in holding on and maintaining our principles during this very difficult period. We knew, in a general way, what you were going through every day. But we didn't learn until you returned the extent and the persistence of what you had to go through. But you held your head high. And many of those who had engaged us in the war did not have the endurance to see it through. And as someone who was by his side, I can tell you that I think of the period in which you served with pride and admiration. I'm sorry I cannot be here tonight because of unbreakable commitments. But I'm with you in spirit.
Well, we're back in the house now, and Grandma's busy making a cake for tonight's Christmas party with the church people. She's making a happy birthday Jesus cake.
It's gonna have this as a little baby on it.
Yeah.
Is he better now?
There it is.
Get him, get him, get him! Over there, over there!
Get away from me! Come here, quick!
Where is he? Oh, he's hiding under the table. He doesn't know her uniform. I can't see you very well. You're not in the doorway. Please turn around. She's embarrassed. I'm going to have to pursue her. Here I go. I am in hot pursuit. Come over here.
Why do the leaves fall? Why does the snow come on the ground? Why are the leaves green? Where do we go to take and for?
I'll make it.
It's summer.
And then you're with me.
I was shocked by the death of Zim and New. I'd met Zim with Justice Douglas many years ago. He was extraordinary character, while he became increasingly difficult in the last months. Nevertheless, over a 10-year period, he held his country together, maintained its independence under very adverse conditions. The way he was killed made it particularly abhorrent. The question now is whether the generals can stay together and build a stable government, or whether Saigon will turn on public opinion in Saigon, the intellectuals, students, etc., will turn on this government as repressive and undemocratic in the not-too-distant future.
How did you decide what to put in there? What was on sale? Steph, what are those? Asking what these things are in this one that hang down. That blue kind that's like. One on the basket down the patient. No, it's hanging down. Let's go look at the garden. Well, and let's get a picture of your bed over here. And now that they're in the sun, yeah. Those marigolds look real healthy. Because let me take some and.
Film that coming. Film the ambulance. See him? Yeah. You like it? Stopped the camera from recording it, and that thing's still turning though. Couldn't find anybody on it. He looked it's still taking pictures. Well, no, I don't think it's taking pictures. Yes, it is. I'll show you. I'll put it on the TV screen. Number 5. Now, number 2. I'll show you. That'll give us a good mark. It is not focusing. The camera is not operating. The camera's not focusing. I got it on manual focus, so it wouldn't be moving around.
Campbell, who versus in the NFL right now. Second and 10.
Put it on this chair.
Well, we've already doing now stuff, but this didn't stop. And that one
moving around.
The guy who's got more records is Campbell, who versus in the NFL right now. Second and 10.
Put it on this chair.
Well, we've already doing now stuff, but this didn't stop. And that won't stop.
Jesse 10 finally made the stop. In the middle, there's 10 number 6.
Wake up here and see the clock. The people come to walk and talk, but nobody stops to cry or talk, and silent you can only watch.
This is our house from a side view. And there's our camper, and there's my brand new car. Oh, I think I see the door opening.
Having a mighty good time.
It's a mighty nice day for Christmas, about 70 degrees and a calm wind. The ocean is smooth as glass out there, though there's a little bit of haze.
Well, it's Christmas Day 19. Just joined Northrop, and this is one of my first designs here. You can see it has the low wing design with the prop jet here and the horizontal stabilizer. Mother's calling for some unknown reason.
really going to be bright. I wonder if the camera can close down the iris enough to...
Well, if they get back far enough, maybe it'll
open it. Wait till Steph gets here.
A pair of gloves.
Try them on.
Needed.
Let's just say any kind of pair of gloves.
Place it's on. They got a little thing in there. Don't let you try them on.
Here's our scissors.
Okay. Are you ready?
I'm doing it close up. Okay, now.
Happy birthday. Wait, let me turn it around so you can read it. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday to us. Happy birthday, dear us.
Happy birthday to us.
Pretty.
1, 2, 3. Now you all get cold.
Yeah, now we all get whatever.
Franny has a birthday. We're so glad. Let us see how many she has had. As we count the candles, we are told 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Names. Who knows who they are? Peace.
President, could you discuss some of the recent public accounts of CIA activities in South Vietnam, particularly the stories of or reports of how the CIA has undertaken certain independent operations? They're independent of other elements of the American government that are in South Vietnam.
The fact of the matter is that Mr. sits in the National Security Council. I imagine I see him at least 3 or 4 times a week, ordinarily. We have worked very closely together in the National Security Council in the last 2 months, attempting to meet the problems we faced in South Vietnam. I can find nothing, and I've looked through the record very carefully over the last 9 months, and I could go back further to indicate that the CIA has done anything but support policy. It does not create policy. It attempts to execute it in those areas where it has competence and responsibility. But I think our policy, though we can't say what effect it's going to have, I think we are in agreement about what we ought to do. I would think that Saigon and personnel in the various agencies should support that policy, because that's the policy we're going to carry out for a while. Yes.
Mr. President, how do you feel about Senator Gruning's proposal to set up a congressional committee as a watchdog over the CIA?
I think
I
So by that time, we decided we would have an evening service. And people said, well, somebody, I think maybe in the National Committee said,
Okay, before we begin, she'd like to tell us something about this play.
Well, I'm a queen, and it's called Miss Queenie, and this is Betsy and Scullery Maid, and she calls me Miss Queenie. And she calls me Miss Queenie. And I'm a selfish queen who doesn't, and I don't treat anybody right, except the king. And who is away from your friends, so he can't do anything about me. But then a fairy comes, and I'm really surprised, and well, I just turned good, and you'll see how.
Thank you.
Big church, and not just the building, but the membership too. 360 members to this congregation. An average attendance, I've been told by the pastor, of about 200. And it's a congregation that's an old one too, about years old. The building isn't quite that old, but it is an old congregation. Of course, the big question now is, where is this group going to meet on Sunday?
Well, come on in. I know you'll want to see this. In the about late 50s, early 60s, someone decided that you ought to have a bomb shelter. And here it is. We can control the transmitter from down here, play records. We have the latest state-of-the-art monitoring devices right here. And as you can see, we have medical supplies, water, and ooh, how about we open these up for a snack? Yum, yum. You can make fun of this tuner, but it works. See it driving this Crosley limiter? They made these and sold them to a lot of stations. You know, you got to admit, it's some kind of radio. I can't believe you made me do that. We have our own power substation out in the front yard. 33,000 volts comes in from... There's a backup service in 33,000 volts from... But we really don't need them. We have this generator and enough fuel in the ground to run for over a month with no power from anyone. All these comforts, I have no idea why I pay for...
Flames taller than the roof of this 89-year-old church challenged 6 area fire departments this morning. They began fighting the blaze around 7 and continued dousing hotspots into the afternoon. Fire officials say the fire started in the church offices and spread through the old sanctuary.
Well, we've, of course, lost our entire sanctuary and everything in it, the organ, beautiful piano, and a carillon system to reach the whole community with the bells, and it was about a $4,000 system which has been totally lost in the fire, and that's probably one of the saddest things.
Dear brothers and sisters who have come here this evening in order to pray, to pay honor to the mystery of God. On this Sunday evening, the evening of the first day of the week when we Christians celebrate the resurrection of the Lord, we come together in prayer. Never forget all his blessings. A heart filled with praise never forgets. The prayer of petition springs from a humble awareness of one's great need for God's grace. Thus, it is accompanied who remains forever the light of the world and who offers us the light.
resurrection, and I am the life, says the Lord. Whoever has faith in me shall have life, even though he die. And everyone who has life and has committed himself to me in faith shall not die forever. As for me,
why are you here?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll try to break it down in short. I found God.
Where are my friends? Do my friends know I'm here? Where am I? Where am I?
You're in the hospital here. Come on.
Who are you?
I'm Dr. McKinney.
And why do you think you were afraid of them before?
Because I didn't know them.
Where are you taking me? Where am
Coming
I?
right around here to the desk. You're in the hospital.
Who are you? Hello, I'm a nurse. What's your name? Your hands are cold. What's your name? I'm a nurse. I don't want to be here. Where are my friends? It's all right. It's all right. I'll get you back on. It's all right. I'm a nurse.
No, I don't feel that I know them, but I'm not afraid of being rejected by them. Because I don't feel any rejection towards them. I used to be constantly thinking about being afraid of them, but now I don't have to be afraid anymore because they're all beautiful, and whether they reject me or not, they're still beautiful.
Does it ever seem to you that this may be a little unreal?
Oh, yes.
And why do you think you were afraid of them before?
Because I didn't know them. Oh, but the dangerous people are beautiful too. They're dangerous, sure, but they're still beautiful.
The patient is lying on the table with his head shaved back as far as the vertex. The first mark is made 3 centimeters behind the lateral rim of the orbit. And then a cross mark is made 6 centimeters above the zygoma. Another mark is made in the midline, 13 centimeters from the glabella. These points are joined by a line leading over the vertex, following as accurately as possible the coronal suture. The midline is similarly indicated. Operations can be performed under local anesthesia if the patient is sufficiently cooperative.
The girlfriend that I first started working with,
This is funny. She was in on House Street, and she had someone wrap a telephone cord around her neck, and me and a girlfriend were waiting downstairs in the lobby, and it had been a long time, so we went up to her room, and no one would answer the door when we knocked, but we could hear someone crying, and so my girlfriend, she's a big girl, anyway, she ended up busting down the door, and he had this cord wrapped around her neck, and he was threatening on killing her if she made any noises.
As a result of the alienation that a child, particularly a middle-class American, of not really relating to his family. Father's somebody that goes to work, and he gets shoved into school, and is constantly subject to one authority or another.
We're now still on the side of the hospital, but we're closer to the front. Just to give you a little idea of what we see so far. In that direction is the emergency entrance. Right.
Broadcast.
So many people try to on Christmas Day around the country that circuits are jammed and there are often long delays. Each year, companies plan to handle the load. This Christmas is the first that the describe the nature of the problem.
Well, Christmas is our busiest day, the very busiest day of the year, and it is throughout the whole country. We have at least a 30 to 40% increase in the amount of traffic that we will have on that day.
Do you increase your staffing to handle this?
Everyone works, Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, the whole force.
What do to try to make it possible to handle this large increase?
Well, working with for about the last 2 months in preparation for Christmas, we will turn up about a 40% increase circuits between here and the United States.
How are you able to accomplish that?
It's a matter of a great deal of coordination. We work with and we determine what will best suit our needs, and then what will best suit to give us.
Are these general circuits, or do they go to specialized parts of the country?
And what we do this time of year is try to reach different time zones. So we are turning up circuits to Chicago and circuits to New York.
Mr. said the best way to guarantee getting through was to call early in the day, before 6 if possible. She said the busiest period was from 4 in the afternoon to 10 in the morning.
And I was getting kind of wayward and everything. I mean, I wasn't coming home on time. So she phoned the police, and I was brought to, and then I was brought here. Because of my talking about God and everything, they might have thought that I was a little crazy.
Do you think you are?
No. But I understand how they felt, because I wasn't making myself clear on it. It's very hard to, I was trying to express something that was hard to express, and I wasn't really capable of expressing it. I mean, I can have the relationship between myself and God, but it's a mistake to try to make other people feel the way I did, and that's what I was trying to do.
What's God like?
Well,
a long year. My husband's a captain in the Air Force, and we were reassigned here. Luckily, he was to go to Vietnam, and at the last minute they changed the assignment, and we ended up here.
So perhaps you're one of the few who really doesn't mind too much being assigned to a view of the circumstances.
Well, that's true. We don't really mind it. It's quite an experience. It's much different than anything we've known. Well, on a scale of 10, I'd have to put it at least at 8, because all in all, we had a very good year. I think I said before it was a lonely year. It's a little far away from the family when you have a little one, and the grandparents miss the children. But it was a good year. A lot of nice things happened, and we found a lot of new friends here.
it's a death wish. And I tried talking sense to him. I said, you don't see God till you die. But he couldn't see that at all. He believed that he was seeing him right now. Hasn't adjusted well to school. He's an extremely introverted boy, or has been up until lately. Shy. He wouldn't try. The least sign of failure to him meant an automatic stop right now.
As I say, I have a little child, and with them growing, you never know what's going to happen.
We're not going to hang around here for too long. We're just going to get a general idea of what this hospital looks like. Big parking lot. One of the workers. We'll move in for a closer look toward the front of the building. Tape is rolling. We're now still on the side of the hospital, but we're closer to the front. Just to give you a little idea of what we see so far. In that direction is the emergency entrance. Right over there. I believe that's the emergency entrance. And in this direction we have the main entrance. The main entrance, and plus the clinic, I believe, if I remember right. Now we're in the back of the hospital. We're in the back. And this must be the emergency room, like I said before. Or leads to the emergency room. Anyhow. Tape is rolling. I want to make a correction on a mistake. That's not...
What are you feeling, Sam?
Sorry?
What are you feeling, Sam?
I've been on after my medication.
Well, first of all, God is everything, so he is like everything. He is everything. There's nothing that he isn't like.
Is he like a man?
I don't know. Everything, he lives in everything. Everything on this earth.
We're not over-sedating. Our approach is to control the symptoms, to reduce their distress, and to maintain a level of functioning that is acceptable to them. The whole aspect of given medication should be targeted at the symptoms, not given to make my job easier so I can sit and have a nice, easy day.
There are those who feel that everybody could, if pressured enough, become and have a psychotic episode like this. And there are others who feel that only those who have a tendency to easy disorganization of the brain by their metabolism, that only they can get the psychotic trips.
I'm Mr.
The administrator of the hospital, and it's my function to see that all the activities go on. I'm responsible for every phase of hospital operations.
Just tell me again, what led up to your coming here?
Well, it was mostly lack of preparation, I guess, or something like this. I wasn't looking ahead very well. I wasn't tough enough, you know. I just didn't do it.
Didn't do what?
What I was supposed to do, you know, with the girls and everything like that, you know. I was rude and I hurt myself.
In fact, didn't they tell me that you kind of blew your cool last night and got into a hassle with John?
Yeah, I guess I did.
Just tell me, you know, what led up to it? How did you feel?
Well, I guess the main thing was that I didn't, I don't know why I got in a fight with him, to say the truth. I don't know what led up to it.
Who's president of the United States?
President Richard Milhouse Nixon.
And before Mr. Nixon?
Lyndon Baines Johnson.
And before Mr. Johnson?
John F. Kennedy.
Before Mr. Kennedy?
Eisenhower.
And before Mr. Eisenhower?
Hoover.
Oh, okay. Any questions you want to ask me?
No, not at the moment, Doctor.
Okay, let me take that back to anything you want to ask right now?
No, but I think I'll be asking you pretty soon.
I'll be seeing you again on Monday. Okay, I'll take you back to the closed unit. I'll see you on Monday. Thanks, Chris.
Okay. Doctor, is there any chance of me getting out and play basketball?
As I said, I'm on medication.
hard to tell whether his distance, whether his slowness, whether his blocking is due to the illness, because it can be seen then, or due to the medications he's taking. These medicines are antipsychotic agents, but they do have a considerable tranquilizing property. I would guess this was mostly illness, because last night he picked a fight with one of the attendants. The 3 days or 4 days that he's been here, he's had these outbursts at least 5 or 6 times, and usually fairly unprovoked. I think this boy's only chance of staying well was to be on medications indefinitely.
Why?
Well, because for one, it teaches me a lot about myself that I didn't know, and it kind of informs me about my environment and what goes on.
And we'll be making our way back to the car at any time. Right about now. And there's the emergency entrance to the hospital. Big Dipsy dumpster. Good sized building, huh? Back where we started from.
Unfortunate naming of a treatment, because the actual treatment is merely a self-stimulated or an outwardly stimulated convulsion. So the real correct name for this treatment is electroconvulsive treatment. I would say honestly, to this day, we have no exact knowledge as to how it works. The treatment itself only lasts about half a minute on the average, and the patient is totally unaware of it from beginning to end. They used to fear it a lot because the sleep medicine was not given. Patients were treated eyes open, as it were, and very often they felt the initial impact of the treatment when they first contract, or just as they go into the contraction. There is some consciousness, and you can feel yourself passing out. This way, of course, you merely go to sleep. I'll say good night. Good night. For 10 minutes. The aides in helping me prepared the patient on the bed in a position of greatest comfort. The patient is arched back on pillows, and at the same time, at the very beginning of the treatment, before this sudden arching forward, the aides will put their hands on the shoulders and hold the patient down. This method, plus the giving of a muscle relaxant, which I gave when I changed syringes. Both these methods have greatly reduced the incidence of too rapid and intense ejaculating.
If you treat a patient with consideration and kindness, generally they respond that way. When you try being repressive on a patient, put them in rooms that are restrictive, put restraints on him, he will then react in a like manner to break out of those restraints. You want to make this experience not to be a snake pit type of thing. Nothing that carries fear with it. And there's no need for this kind of thing.
The patient holds his breath throughout the convulsion and therefore piles up a little lack of oxygen and therefore turns a little blue.
It goes from blue to pink very rapidly. As you can see, it isn't a deep degree of anorexia.
It's a relatively simple, painless method of changing a very depressed patient into an active, lively person. And within a short period, like 2 to 3 weeks.
Hey, now that's a good feel too, huh? That's, matter of fact, that's the wave of the future. Yeah. Computer programming. That is nice. And who's your shy friend over there?
Why are you here?
Well, it's a long story, but I'll try to break it down in short. I found God.
Gasoline drinking, napalm pissing, romping, stomping, ass kicking, hard charging, devil dog. My mother was an M16. My father was a devil. I was born in a crater.
You can't be on time, so you can't find me on time. You ain't on time. You always my kid. Pull that thing, but you don't have to breathe. Let's go by right over your first time. Okay, so oh, man, that's a hallmark on how to into everything. No. Hey, go ahead. We ran you off once.
You don't have a job.
Look at my BD you can. No, you don't need this guy. You got to steal a car.
I saw the other one look back and I shot him. Boom, boom. I got criticized for shooting him in the back. They were running. I killed both of them. I killed them all. I cut his throat. But I was doing a mission. It started off as a recon mission. I killed him.
Sorry, I still have you. He's alive. He's gonna make it.
Good morning.
Good morning.
This is the referee's barracks.
Yep.
We love it here.
Leave the Uzis in the head.
Keep awesome, man.
Tell them where we are.
We're in school right now, and it's 6:54 in the morning. It's about 15 degrees.
this module's already been modified. See where these two capacitors have been added?
At regular intervals, the civilian affiliates of receive on-the-air training in communications techniques, procedures, and equipment to enable them to function better as part of an emergency backup communications network should the need arise.
He's almost full.
We're a film today.
The stage, the screen, and television often bring you stories of high adventure, fast-moving action, and powerful drama. Right now, I'd like to bring you a different kind of story. In its own way, it's just as dramatic as anything a writer could dream up. What's more, it's important to us all, because it has to do with
Here comes somebody. Let's open the door.
Open the door. Let's get them on camera.
Open the door. Come on in.
The door is locked.
Oh my
We'll be right there.
We'll be right back.
You can see the modulation chokes and power transformers and so forth. They're right behind me. And as I said, the power that comes out of this room is enough to drive that transmitter, let's just say, well over 100,000 watts.
Segundo off-ramp, and here we go, 3 live dogs running around the roadway on the northbound San Diego freeway north of Nordhoff, no doubt looking for Van Nuys Airport.
No doubt. Live for the moment, anyway.
Live, exactly, that's what I thought. And
so you guys watch out for them now.
I'm Randy, and that's the report on the rock.
Okay, Randy, we'll be checking with you in a few minutes. Bye. Thanks a lot. Bye.
I'd roll myself up in a big ball and die.
Tower is actually another tower upside down. Hi. We're on the premises right now, the highly guarded, I might add, premises of the transmitter. This is where the world's first and only 500,000 watt transmitter ever was. And this place is like taking a trip through a museum in time. We're going to go join Randy, who's in the building right now, and he'll give you a quick tour of one of the greatest transmitter sites of any AM radio station in the United States, right here in...
That's a big one.
Randy?
Welcome to the transmitter. I'm standing in front of the Continental 317C that we use as our main most of the time now. It's the monster that normally drives that big tower you just saw out in the yard. And as I understand how this thing works, the object is to make all of these meters go as far to the right as possible. And this is something that you really should see. This is, although it's been extensively modified, the very first 50,000 watt transmitter ever built. As you may know, it was not only the first 5,000 watt station, it was the first 50,000 watt station and the first 500,000 watt station. As you can see from the modern modulators here in this section, it's been extensively modified, but this baby is 60-some years old and it still works. Here's the driver section. And this tube, by the way, was designed for 250 kilowatts. It loafs along at 50. This was built in the... We just had a couple of these rebuilt, and as you can see, it still works. We have this on the air quite frequently.
This building is 62 feet high, 72 feet wide, and 120 feet long. It's located about 5 miles north of... There's nothing unusual about it to distinguish it from any other new building in the service area, or anywhere else for that matter. Inside is not a spectacular piece of machinery, now that it's assembled and installed. There's no movement to see, only a steady hum to hear. The administration building it is well designed, handsome, modern, but it's a lot like many industrial structures. It houses the control room. There are offices and other rooms too, but the control room is the most important. Only an experienced eye would be able to notice anything different about these panels. In most respects, they're much like those in any other control room. But this is different. This is not at all like what you'd expect to find at... It's the new shape of a new kind of... Inside is the equipment for a new technology.
In the third test sequence, a diesel locomotive crashed into a stalled truck carrying... Powered by an array of 6 rockets, the locomotive was traveling 81 miles per hour when it struck the 22-ton cask. This slow-motion footage shows more clearly what happened at impact. The rail car carrying the cask eventually warped and rolled onto its side. But the cask survived more than an hour and a half of fire with no consequences that would have affected its ability to contain its radioactive contents. The full-scale tests made it clear that existing mathematical modeling techniques and scale model testing are valid and inexpensive methods of evaluating the structural properties of... even in the event those casks were to be exposed to extremely violent transportation environments. Since these modeling and testing techniques proved valid, they can be used in the future in the design of casks and other shipping systems. cask designed for the shipment of highly radioactive material has ever leaked as the result of a transportation accident, a question frequently asked is, but how do you really know the casks would survive actual accidents? To answer that question, engineers at laboratories have undertaken studies to ascertain whether current analytical methods can accurately predict what will happen in very severe accident environments. The first step is to develop a mathematical model of the entire physical system, and then evaluate the model with a computer.
Something that's kind of interesting, everything you see in this room was home-built, handmade, right here in the building out of war surplus parts right after World War II. This was all war surplus junk. Now it's the world's highest fidelity transmitter.
The generator's 90-ton rotor was machined from a single steel alloy forging. It underwent a series of intensive tests to prove that it could withstand an operating stress of 25,000 pounds per square inch.
Show you a little bit down here some of the stuff from the 500,000 watt transmitter. You know, the only American station ever authorized for 500,000 watts, ran a 500,000 from 33 to 39 and again overnight during the war. And it's been a long time since it's been on, but what do you think?
The program began in September when Convair's nuclear test aircraft first carried the aircraft shield test reactor aloft. The nuclear test aircraft was a conventionally powered B-36 modified to carry a shielded crew compartment for the man crew, a half-scale crew compartment, and the aircraft shield test reactor and its nuclear instrumentation. The crew compartment utilized lead and rubber as shielding materials. The cylindrical half-scale crew compartment was carried to simplify dose rate analysis. Sleeves of different wall thickness were flipped into the half-scale crew compartment to obtain dose rate as a function of wall thickness. The radiation source, gamma and neutron radiation. A three-phase program was carried out to separate the individual scattering components and determine their contribution to the total dose rate.
21 minutes past 9 o'clock at KP, and a pleasant good morning from all of us.
Hi, this is... I'd like to wish you and all of those people important to you the best in 19...
You did that beautifully, but would you please stop picking your nose when you're doing that? So we,
Did you say that on the air?
Oh yeah, this program's a little loose. We do things a little different from most radio stations.
And you wouldn't be lying either if you said that, Randy.
That's true.
Okay, we'll check with you a little later. Thank you all.
Bye.
Okay. Oh, he thinks he's a sheep. You hear him. Bah! Okay, we got one more story here. In a bizarre bid to please the gods and bring rain to their sun-baked fields, farmers are conducting marriage rites for male and female frogs. Villagers stage all the human wedding festivities during the frog marriages, including sacred music. In one marriage, more than 200 villagers joined the wedding party. Half walked solemnly behind the bridegroom. After the nuptials, the has fallen on the parched fields of... And that looks like about it.
This station is now the ultimate power in the universe. I suggest we use it.
Don't be too proud of this technological terror you've constructed. The ability to destroy a planet is insignificant next to the power of the Force.
Taking pictures of you.
Why?
So I can look at them tonight.
Huh?
So I can look at them tonight. I'll play it back for you next time you come over.
What are you gonna do, break your camera?
No, huh? Where'd Mama go? She went back inside, didn't she?
Huh?
Did Mama go back inside?
Yeah.
Roger, we're ready down here for a comp check.
Okay, coming your way.
Say hi.
You know that thing that comes over? I'm never gonna get there. He's gonna kill me.
No, you can get there. It's easy. It's no problem.
Wordsburg. Go all the way around and come back the other way. Okay, I'll be on the bell, all right? All right, thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
If I get lost, you're dead.
configured to go along with you on the voice check.
Okay, Carl.
I understand, sir. I do not consider myself to be other than an average person. None of us should be. We all think we're a little smarter than we are. Now there are some, however, who may believe that space is a luxury that we can't afford.
Recognizing what an immense feat this is. Many years ago, the great British explorer George Mallory, who was to die on Mount Everest, was asked why did he want to climb it. He said because it is there. It inspires us to redouble our efforts to bring peace.
That they may work to protect the past, and I believe it's up to us to invent the future. Because what makes life mean something is purpose, the goal, the battle, the struggle. Even if you don't win it.
But you have to use that information to then you're saying, yeah, but only when that information directly applies to the program. Jim, I think we gotta have that. We don't know a damn thing about the surface of the moon, and we're making the wildest guesses about how we're going to land on the moon. And we could get a terrible disaster from putting something down on the surface of the moon that's very different than we think it is. And the scientific programs that find us that information. The top priority program of the agency, and one of the two, just the defense, the top priority of the United States government. I think that's the position we ought to take. Now, this may not change anything about that schedule, but at least we ought to be clear.
Houston is getting the high bit rate data okay, and we'd like to have you hold this present configuration while we think a bit.
Okay, Carl.
Otherwise, we shouldn't be spending this kind of money because I'm not that interested in space. I think it's good. I think we ought to know about it. We're ready to spend reasonable amounts of money, but we're talking about fantastic expenditures which wreck our budget and all these other domestic programs. And the only justification for it, in my opinion, to do it is because we hope to beat them.
Stopped the camera from recording it, and that thing's still turning though.
Couldn't find anybody open. He looked
It's
for
still
McDougal
taking
on the
pictures.
right side,
Yeah.
then he looked down the left
Well,
side
no, I don't think it's taking pictures.
McIntyre, who was in the general.
Yes, it is. I'll show you. I'll put it on the TV screen.
Gail Gilbert, the number 5. Now the number 2.
I'll show you.
The number 2 also.
That'll give us a good mark.
When you think of guys like
It is not focusing. The camera is not operating. Camera's not
I
focusing.
got it on manual focus, so it wouldn't be moving around.
The guy who's got more records is Campbell, who of course is in the NFL right now.
Now it stopped. But this didn't stop. And that won't stop.
Jesse's 10 finally made the stop. In the middle, there's 10 number 6.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Dim dum da na da dim da na na dim dum da na da dim da na dim dum da na dim dum da na da dim da na o da ni da na di da na na o da ni da na di da na da di ya na da dim dum da na da dim da na dim dum da na da dim da na dim dum da na da na dim da na da dim da na na da na dim da na da dim da na da na da di ya na da na da na dim da na da dim da na da na da di ya na da na da dim da
Life doesn't come easy in winter. Most plants stop growing, food gets scarce, and sometimes it's hard just keeping warm. Winters are pretty hard on the deer. Some have been known to starve to death before spring. The fox is probably hunting for mice in the snow. If he's quick, he'll get a meal. Otherwise, he goes hungry. It's not likely that we'll see a chipmunk or woodchuck in the woods this time of year. They're taking a long winter sleep under the snow. I've seen this raccoon around here all winter. He'll eat most anything, including the buds off my elm tree.
The fuel for the reactor is made up of pellet packed in thin-walled zircaloy tubes. "19 of these tubes make a bundle, a convenient shape for loading into the reactor.
Top priority program of the agency, and one of the two, except for defense, the top priority of the United States government. I think that's the position we ought to take. Now, this may not change anything about that schedule, but at least we ought to be clear. Otherwise, we shouldn't be spending this kind of money, because I'm not that interested in space. I think it's good. I think we ought to know about it. We're ready to spend reasonable amounts of money, but we're talking about fantastic expenditures which wreck our budget. And all these other domestic programs, and the only justification for it, in my opinion, is to do it
rapidly approaching a moment of truth, both for ourselves as human beings and for the life of our nation. Now, truth is not always a pleasant thing. But it is necessary now to make a choice, to choose between two admittedly regrettable, but nevertheless distinguishable post-war environments. One where you got 20 million people killed, and the other where you got 150 million people killed.
You're talking about mass murder, General, not war.
I'm not saying we wouldn't get our hair mussed, but I do say no more than 10 to 20 million killed, tops, depending on the break.
I will not go down in history as the greatest mass murderer since...
Perhaps it might be better, Mr. President, if you were more concerned with the American people than with your image in the history books.
That is precisely the idea, General. That is precisely the idea.
Well, I can't really explain what I like.
It's hard to explain. You see, you've had an experience that I haven't had, and I'm trying to find out what your experience is like, what it does for you, what it feels like.
Well, it makes everything a little unreal, you know, everything that project from my mind, and everything that I see is myself. I mean, it's all coming from my mind, and all the things that I see, everything that I see is I'm making it all.
You're controlling everything.
Yes, I'm controlling what the scenery looks like about me.
All right, now what you want me to do? Hello, folks. How you feel? Good this morning? Hope you do. I'm trying to get on my feet again. Feel pretty good. Thankful it's as well as it is. That do all right? I was a 3-year-old girl when the boys, I'm pleased to see you. I don't know where you come from, but I give you all the welcome I've got to offer you. And I want to tell you that I'm living on the same ground that I've lived on for long years when I come here as an 18-year-old bride. I went to Washington a little more ago. I saw all the people around there and been with the presidents. And I learned a great many things up there that I didn't know before. Although at my advanced age I had a most serious accident that threatened my life very seriously, I feel like I'm on the way to recovery. I feel as much interest in people and things as I ever did. And to tell me that you can't keep a good man down, I don't believe I'm debarred by sex. I believe I've got a chance yet. dear boys, I want you to understand that I don't always talk this light flim-flam sort of talk. Way back yonder when I was a girl of about 16, I joined and I think my Heavenly Father has led me along, and I want to give him praise and his thanks. And now, in 6 years of 100, I can say that I think that's the best part that contains my whole life.
From engineers to laborers, many workers have spent their entire careers planning and building. Beginning 43 years ago, it's one of the largest infrastructure projects in New York City history.
Take this hammer and carry to my captain. Tell him I'm gone. Tell him I'm gone. Tell him I'm gone. Take this hammer and carry to my captain. Tell him I'm gone. Just tell him I'm gone. I'm sure he's gone. This is a hammer that killed Johnny, but it won't kill me. But it won't kill me. But it won't kill me. This is the hammer that killed John Henry, but it won't kill me. But it won't kill me. Ain't gonna kill me. It's a long ways from East Colorado, honey, to my home, honey, to my home, honey, to my home. It's a long ways to East Colorado, honey, to my home, honey, to my home. That's why I'm going. John Henry, he left his hammer, plain side the road, plain side the road, plain side the road. John Henry, he left his hammer all over in rain, all over in rain. That's why I'm gone. John Henry's a steel driving boy, but he went down, but he went down, but he went down. John Henry was a steel driving boy, but he went down, but he went down. That's why I'm gone.
Your senior drill instructor. He can be identified by the black leather service belt he wears around his waist. Your drill instructors can be identified by the brass waist plate they wear on their duty belt. 99% of your problems can and will be handled by your drill instructors. Should your problem not be handled by your drill instructors, You have the right to request mask to speak to me, your series commander. Should I be unable to handle your problem, I will pass it up through the chain of command.
Failed to reach agreement on draft extension legislation. The defense rests.
study waves extensively in the various fields of physics and engineering are impressed by the similarities which exist in the behavior of waves in various mechanical, electrical, acoustical, and optical wave systems. These similarities are due, of course, to the basic fact that waves of all kinds behave fundamentally alike. These two rib-like structures are mechanical wave demonstration machines. With them, I can show you many of the various wave properties which you may have studied experimentally or theoretically, perhaps without ever having actually seen what the waves themselves are doing. The waves which travel on this machine are really waves of twist or torsion, which propagate along this central wire. Attached to the central wire are these cross arms, which translate the torsional motion of the central wire to the up and down transverse motion of the ends of the cross arms, which you see. The entire structure is supported in a set of bearings which permit the central wire to twist freely. This second wave machine is built similarly to the first. It has cross arms which are considerably shorter than those on the first machine, and as a consequence, the speed of a wave along the second machine is about 3 times faster than the speed of a wave along this machine. You'll see later on why I have these two machines. First, I want to show you the two different ways in which waves may be totally reflected. Observe that right now this machine has a free end. That is, this last cross arm is perfectly free to move without restraint. If I start a wave at this end of the machine, that wave travels down to the far end, is reflected there, and returns as a reflected replica of its original self. But now let me terminate this machine in a different way.
Now, look up. Look up.
gonna dump the contents on your rack instead.
Sir, yes, sir!
Now, if you're on the right side of that rack, in front of that daggone rack there, you will dump your daggone contents of your sea bag on the bottom rack. If you're on the left side of that rack, you'll dump the contents on the bottom rack.
Sir, yes, sir! Sir, yes, sir!
Very quietly coming up towards us. We're about to listen to, I hope.
They're conscious of the change in the status quo. They
His chest is out, his chin is tucked in, his head nicer to the front. Silence and immobility will be maintained. In other words, you're not running your mouth and you're not looking around. You got that?
Sir, yes, sir!
That is a position of attention. You got that?
Sir, yes, sir!
Now, next little instruction you didn't get is our naval terminology. Now, those stairs that led in my squad bay here will no longer be referred to as stairs. They'll be referred to as ladder well. Ladder well, you got that?
Sir, yes, sir!
Now, that door that you enter in my squad bay will no longer be referred to as a door. It'll be referred to as a hatch. A hatch, you got that?
Sir, yes, sir!
These fellas that run along my squad bay here will no longer be referred to as pillars. They'll be referred to as stanchions, got that?
Sir, yes, sir!
Now, my walls here will no longer be referred to as walls. They'll be referred to as bulkheads. Bulkheads, got that?
Sir, yes, sir!
These windows here.
I'm a long way from home. I'm a poor boy, ain't got nowhere to go. Ain't got nowhere, lay my worried head. Honey, got nowhere, lay my worried head. I ain't got nowhere, lay my worried head. Sometime I turn to be dead. Honey, tell me what you gonna do. Please tell me what you gonna do. Please tell me what you gonna do. I left my brother standing in the door. Left my brother standing in the door. I left my brother standing in the door. But your ain't, she said, you're not blind to go. And the poor boy stood on the road and cried. And the poor boy stood on the road and cried. I didn't have no blues, just couldn't be satisfied. Honey, give me my long distance phone. Now give me long distance phone. Honey, give me long distance phone. I want to hear from my sweet mama back home. Santa rang 609. Santa rang 609. I want to hear from that bobhead gal of mine.
Slices like these might reveal the presence of one of a dozen different bacteria, viruses, or fungi known to cause. They were mounted on microscope slides and then stained with a range of different dyes. The pathologists examined hundreds of such slides. They saw plenty of dark-stained inflammatory cells, the body's reaction to attack. But of an organism causing the disease, they saw no trace. Meanwhile, virologists carried out over 400 individual tests. Because only a few types of virus can be grown in artificial culture media, for most of these tests, lung or other material had to be inoculated into eggs with live embryos inside. Or or into... The results were all negative. No virus was isolated.
40, 50 feet, why don't you turn around and let them get a view from there, and I'll see what the field of view looks like. You're backing into the cable. Okay. That's it. Turn around to your right, be ready. I don't want to go into the sun if I can avoid it. That's right, Jim.
This is Houston. The field of view is okay. We'd like you to aim it a little bit more to the right, over.
Okay.
When I first began to realize something was wrong, I just felt unusually tired. And as it progressed, I felt achy, like I was getting, like the flu, you know, your joints ached, you know, even my finger joints. My knees, elbows, wrists, you know, the joints just ache just like the flu.
Well, I started to get a headache Saturday morning, late morning, and till afternoon I really had a bad headache, and I was sick in my stomach, sore in my stomach, real sore.
I was beginning to have trouble breathing. This was late Friday now. On Saturday morning, my doctor came in and I informed him of this. Of course, they had already, they had informed him, and he had ordered some oxygen, just a little nostril thing, you know, for proper oxygen to help me to breathe. He came in the next morning, and I told him how I felt. I said, I'm having trouble breathing. I said, I just feel awful.
Well, on Sunday, I was real sore in my kidneys, and in my stomach, and in my chest, just like I had a heavy cold, you might say. And
It was an investigator from CDC in Atlanta, Georgia.
Hazard clear. Safety lock released. Let me try auto again now, see what happens. Roger.
A young man. And he came in and looked at some of the reports and talked to a few of the people and decided it was more or less mass hysteria.
We have not confirmed it through any other source.
And I think it was maybe 3 days later, he was taken out of Oakland County by ambulance to the plane and shipped back to Atlanta. He kind of caught our mass hysteria.
Many scientific and knowledgeable people were coming up with all kinds of ideas and various kinds of explanations or proposed explanations. In addition, people from all over this country, in fact, from all over the entire world again, were calling us on the phone or certainly sending us letters with various ideas. You can say the answers ranged from one end of the body to the other, almost, in that people said that the cause was the plastic dentures or false teeth that some people may have had. Others said that it might be caused by eating onions. Somebody felt that it was caused by toilet paper and sent us a sample of toilet paper in their envelope. Fortunately, it was nice, fresh, new toilet paper. In terms of what to do about it, the answers, again, that were proposed by the general public ranged from extra doses of various kinds of drugs and vitamins, such as vitamin C. Acupuncture was mentioned, and various kinds of salves and ointments. Some people favored dilute vinegar. All kinds of sort of folk ways of dealing with illnesses had been suggested, and this was an incessant barrage for week after week of people trying to say they had the answer and this was the thing that could help us.
President Eisenhower, Vice President Nixon, President Truman, Reverend clergy, fellow citizens. We observe today not a victory of party, but a celebration of freedom, symbolizing an end as well as a beginning, signifying renewal as well as change. For I have sworn before you and Almighty God the same solemn oath our forebears prescribed nearly a century and 3/4 ago. The world is very different now, for man holds in his mortal hands the power to abolish all forms of human poverty and all forms of human life. And yet the same revolutionary beliefs for which our forebears fought are still at issue around the globe. The belief that the rights of man come not from the generosity of the state, but from the hand of God. We dare not forget today that we are the heirs of that first revolution. Let the word go forth from this time and place to friend and foe alike that the torch has been passed to a new generation of Americans tempered by war, disciplined by a hard and bitter peace, proud of our ancient heritage, and unwilling to witness or permit the slow undoing
I've seen a lot of new machines come to the farm in my time, like this snow buggy. Best replacement for a horse that's come along yet. Works pretty good once you get it started. This is my son. I've kind of turned the farm over to him in the last few years. He's one of the new generation of farmers. Doesn't operate the way we used to. Does things a little more scientifically. Keeps kind of a report card on all the animals. One of our most valuable calves has been acting sick lately. When she grows up, she can mean a lot of milk for the farm. I hope nothing happens to her.
almost full. Hide my face. Get over here, baby. Breathe. 12.99.
Close tonight at 9:30. Medical tents on the east end will remain open until 10. Thank you for shopping responsibly. If you were dizzy while shopping, please sit down for a moment near one of the speakers and take short rapid breaths. Some residents in nearby counties have reported a light sensitivity. Think about something good that has happened to you recently. Even a small thing, like a warm coffee or a song you forgot. Energy consumption matters, so please remember to turn off your car when it is parked and not in use. Wasting energy creates unnecessary risks.
These are smart.
I have it in Bohemian, but I don't
A
know.
reminder from local health officials that during this cold season, some residents may experience mild illness. If you feel unwell, feel better. Most people recover quickly. For your safety, the emergency exits at both ends of the hall are locked.
No. The only pair I have left is that one, and that's a size 8.
Please take a moment to find your loved ones.
I'll just put this.
If you have difficulty remembering the day or the time, do not be alarmed.
Today has not been my day.
That feeling will pass.
What's your zip? Batteries.
Federal elections will be held eventually.
Okay, now this.
To check your registration.
Because it's factory. Yeah, I never tell.
There is no danger.
What he leaves to us is what he said, what he did, and what he stood for. He received an inspiration which he passed on to all of us. He gave us strength in time of trouble, wisdom in time of uncertainty, and sharing in time of happiness. He will always be by our side. Love is not an easy feeling to put into words, nor is loyalty, or trust, or joy. But he was all of these. He loved life completely, and he lived it intensely. He said of what his father meant to him, I quote, "What it really all adds up to is love. Not love as it is described with such facility in popular magazines, but the kind of love that is affection and respect, order and encouragement, and support. Our awareness of this was an incalculable source of strength. And because real love is something unselfish and involves sacrifice and giving, we could not help but profit from it." And he continued, "Beneath it all, he has tried to engender a social conscience. There were wrongs which needed attention. There were people who were poor and needed help. We have a responsibility to them and to this country. Through no virtues and accomplishments of our own, we have been fortunate enough to be born in the United States under the most comfortable conditions. We therefore have a responsibility to others who are less well off."
It's morning, and Sally still hasn't eaten. If we can just get her back on her feet.
Come on, Sally. Up. Up.
Come on, Sally.
You know that other little girl she usually walks home with?
Yes. I phoned them both. And they didn't walk home with today because they stayed after school to see a movie. Most of the children did. And told them that she wanted to come home and help me with the baby.
So, okay. Well, maybe she stayed after school, or she stopped off somewhere and then just forgot what time it was.
Oh, you know better than that. Now, she wouldn't miss dinner without letting me know. It's nearly 6:30 now. Where could she be?
Oh, now take it easy. Well, she must be somewhere. Look, you get on the phone again. I'll go around and see the neighbors. Someone must have seen her.
You don't think anything could have... I mean, you don't think we should call the police?
No.
I wonder how Sally is doing. In wintertime, we have to take extra special care of the livestock, or sickness can spread to all the animals. When I was a boy, farmers could lose everything in one bad winter. But that was before modern medicines and veterinarians like doctors.
It's Sally, Doc. I think she's pretty sick.
Oh, really? How long's she been that way?
Oh, about 3 days. Today she looks worse.
That doesn't sound too good. Does she have any particular symptoms?
Seems to be having trouble breathing.
I'll leave right away.
Okay, Doc. We'll be seeing you.
I planted most of these evergreens myself the year that was born. Couldn't get anything else to grow in this sandy soil. The trees in this grove stay green all year long, but that's not true of all types of trees. Take the apple tree, for example. Picked apples off it last summer. Now it's covered with ice. If we look closely, we can see tiny leaves rolled up with the blossoms yet to come. Sometimes, right after a heavy snow, the county road from our farm to the main highway doesn't get plowed. It's situations like this. I'm glad he has a radio telephone in his car.
Southside today, you probably saw or heard work being done on the Channel 4 tower near Southside Boulevard. Sky 4 was there to capture the whole thing. The job was postponed yesterday due to weather, but our new antenna is now installed. News 4 Jack's reporter explains the process and shows us what it means for you.
As we continue tracking this devastation,
starting a new relationship is pretty scary.
We can move in that direction as a country, in greater polarization.
This Memorial Day.
The case is closed.
Through the awful grace of God, what we need in the United States is not division. What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence and lawlessness, but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another, feeling of justice toward those who still suffer with
Remember, remember, remember.
The cashier was a little bit confused about why we were videotaping. I told her that we were doing it for a TV show that we're making. I'm not sure if she believed me. A lot of people probably really don't believe that they could make a television show if they wanted to. But you know, anyone can do it. If we can do it, anyone can. Anybody could. Hey, look up there. They're videotaping. Hey, look, there I am.
Sing happy birthday to him, and please in the key of G.
love you. What?
I really mean it.
I mean it too.
Unsaid.
Say what?
Say,
I love you.
Julie.
All right. Say, Julie. Give me.
Julie was worth waiting for no matter where they shipped me. They shipped me to Southeast Asia. I landed out there with a great guy named J.P. He'd been there before. I guess he'd been everywhere in 15 or 20 years in the Air Force. He talked about it sometimes. I should have listened better than I did.
achievement. Whose numbers, however much they were contested, remained the basic numbers of American strategy for the next 30 years. So this was his underlying achievement. And he brought this about because he reflected the qualities that would make a great leader: courage and vision. You need courage, you need character, because the key decisions are very narrow. And you need courage to be willing to walk a lonely path. I sent him a cable that the Vietnamese had accepted what was basically the outline of a speech he had made the year before. He replied, if they stick with it, this will be the happiest birthday in my life. So it is my honor to propose a toast. Patriot, president, and above all, peacemaker.
you have to use that information to then you're saying. Yeah, but only when that information directly applies to the program. Jim, I think we got to have that. Mr. President, and the scientific informers that find us that information ahead of the Russians. Why can't it be kind of evidence in space we join your whole country? By God, we keep telling everybody to preeminent. They have 5 years ago. This is the top priority program of the agency, and one of the two just the defense, the top priority of the United States government. I think that's the position we ought to take. Now, this may not change anything about that schedule, but at least we ought to be clear.
Where have you been? The car overheated. That's no excuse. Yeah, but the block would have busted. It would have split. All right, let's get going. We're late. Yes, sir.
Sir.
What is it, Sergeant?
Corporal requests permission to speak with you.
All right.
Okay. Lieutenant will see you.
Thank you, Sergeant.
The colonel phoned because you were late, Corporal.
Sir, I'd like to request an emergency leave. My mother's real sick. My sister just called.
Excuse me, sir. He's night driver this week.
Sir, I've just got to be there. She's all alone.
Check with the CO, will you, Sergeant?
Yes, sir.
Sir, I give you my word. She's real bad. If I could leave right now, I'd really appreciate it.
It is probable that the intensity of his anger is largely play acting, an outward display of rage which represents an effort to manipulate another person. Control usually returns quickly to the sociopath because his anger is actually shallow and superficial.
Hi, Johnson. We're gonna film today. Morning.
reached in his pocket and he flashed a quart and hollered, "Rave on, children, I'm with you. Rave on, cats," he cried. "It's almost dawn and the cops are gone and let's all get Dixie fried." Now Dan got happy and he started raving. He jerked out his razor but he wasn't shaving. And all the cats knew to jump and hop, 'cause he was born and raised in a butcher shop. He hollered, "Rave on, children, I'm with ya. Rave on, cats," he cried. "It's almost dawn and the cops are gone and let's all get Dixie fried." The cops heard Dan when he started to shout. They all ran in to see what it was about. And I heard him holler when they led him away. He turned his head and this is what he had to say. He hollered, "Rave on, children, I'm with you. Rave on, cats," he cried. "It's almost dawn and the cops are gone. Let's all get Dixie fried. Get right!" Bravest man that we ever saw. He let us all know he wasn't scared of the law. And through the black crossbars he tossed a note to his dear. Said, "It ain't my fault, hun, that I'm in here." But hollered, "Rave on, children, I'm with you. Rave on, cats," he cried. "It's almost dawn and the cops ain't gone and I've been Dixie fried."
It's factual. Yeah, I never tell them.
I guess you already know the next part. God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with the light from above. From the mountains, to the prairies, to the oceans, white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. Let's sing it again. God bless America. God bless America.
I try to get home, but my wife just doesn't understand at all.
Well, if you were really concerned, why didn't you go straight home after you cashed your paycheck?
I don't know. It was just an impulse. I thought the beer would help.
Well, I suppose you could have bought it and drunk it at home.
Oh. Yeah, my wife doesn't like me to drink around the house. She's a real tiger about that.
You seem to be having quite a difficult time. How did things go before you got in the Army?
I was never
The screen and television often bring you stories of high adventure, fast-moving action, and powerful drama. Right now, I'd like to bring you a different kind of story. In its own way, it's just as dramatic as anything a writer could dream up. What's more, it's important to us all, because it has to do with a new power source that will influence the future plans of our electric utility companies. This power source is the atom. Nuclear power has made tremendous strides in our country in the last few years. Even though we're inclined to think of nuclear power as new, it's important to remember that it has been proved in many applications.
Now, you don't have to get any of these diseases, but some of you will. I will personally guarantee you. There are one or two things you can do which just might help prevent it. And all of you better pay attention to this, whether you think right now you might get caught or not. Stay sober when you go out on the town.
the Mojave Desert of California at China Lake, the Naval Weapons Center conducts a program of warfare analysis. A variety of special cameras ride the weapons and the test sleds, or observe from near and far, registering changes and movements imperceptible to the naked eye.
Thank you, Mr. President. We need you now more than ever.
In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. And the earth was without form and void, and darkness was upon the face of the deep. And the Spirit of God moved upon the face of the waters. And God said, a picture as far as sync and all that. Okay. Okay, we're just picking it up at 3 o'clock on our screen. Okay. It's moving up toward 1 o'clock and in toward the center. Keep it going in that direction. Okay. Looking better. You're holding up about 1 to 2 o'clock. Looking better. Give us a little more in that same direction. You're down at 3 o'clock now. We see about half of what you see. Too much. It's disappearing at our 5 o'clock. Now it's coming back. It's half off screen at our 2 o'clock. And it's disappeared off to our 3 o'clock.
Before the plant could become a reality, most of the problems of materials, sizes, shapes, and workable arrangements had to be solved. This chamber, 150 feet long, is used for auxiliary equipment such as the primary water pressurizer and the pressure relief system. This is the canal area for underwater handling of irradiated fuel with facilities for core disassembly and temporary storage of used fuel. This is one of the 2 similar boiler chambers. A concrete shield separates the 2 loops within it, permitting access to an inactive loop while the plant is operating. The thick walls of ordinary reinforced concrete provide effective neutron and gamma shielding. Their thickness averages 5 feet. At the heart of the plant is the reactor, inside a 38-foot sphere topped by a 18 feet in diameter. The pressure vessel is over 10 feet in diameter and 33 feet high. Within it, of course, is the fuel and the... This required reactor physics analysis and thermal and hydraulic calculations. Mechanical design studies and investigations of fuel element configurations and materials were also being made.
The sampling device is getting ready to start. We've now started taking the samples. Here you go, 1 minute, and then we'll fire up the machine.
couldn't stop crying. So I was so worried. You know, first time I met her, we've been together. I tell her all the time before I met her, I was living in a cave and I couldn't even take care of myself. And I'm so glad that she taught me to be a human being, because I was a caveman before I met her. So when somebody has been in your life and you wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, at 2 o'clock in the morning, just normal stuff, they not there. When I come home, there's nobody here but me. All of this was for her. This is hers. And it's empty without her. There were nights that I just prayed and prayed and prayed that she just make it to the next day. Just make it to the next day. Make it to the next day. But I would hold her hands and ask her, you know, if you hear me, squeeze my hand. And my wife has been through hell and back. And I really think that the only thing that kept her was
Glad to have you here. Come along and I'll show you around. I'm right proud of this installation you're about to see. But not being a millionaire, I could never have done this on my own. The surplus equipment Mars issued was what made it all possible. They supplied most of the equipment, some of the hardware, and we supplied countless hours and much elbow grease. Well, here we are. I mentioned time and elbow grease. It took nearly 3 years to complete this project, working mostly with hand tools, block and tackle, putting it together piece by piece and bolt by bolt. Oh, I had some help, some of the neighbors and ham friends who took an interest in the project. Along the way, I must have worn out 2 or 3 pairs of work gloves, plus many drill bits, and most of my wife's patience. I worked on the project in my spare time, weekends, vacations, whenever I could. Actually, the major components of this installation came from 3 different military systems. The main tower structure, weighing more than 10 tons, was from an FPS-3 radar. The power pedestal was from yet another radar, and the 18-foot diameter dish came from Fort Monmouth, New Jersey, where it was used in a UHF circuit. To make them work together, I had to make some modifications. I built this stub tower to raise the dish high enough to clear the platform when aimed at the horizon. I used tubular steel obtained from a nearby junkyard to make the supporting framework for the dish. And the counterweights are ordinary grease drums filled with steel-reinforced concrete. It took a lot of planning and some experimenting, but we got it to working. A space-age antenna built on a shoestring. One main area of experimentation has been our moon bounce project, bouncing Morse code signals off the moon and back to Earth. Some hams at the Big Dish in Arecibo, Puerto Rico recorded some of these signals, sent from here to the moon and back. And now we'll let you hear how they sounded. That rushing sound in the background is just the noise of deep space. Using only 300 watts of power, the signal was traveling nearly 500,000 miles through space at the speed of light.
Don't drop the camera. Hey man, let's go for a joyride.
Don't hit that guy.
Don't hit that.
You know, one of them will be real fast and real slow.
Going to the mall. Bored. We are bored. It is Sunday afternoon, November the something 12th. Yeah, he's right. Crap. I don't in my car. I'm take it over to somewhere.
Wait a minute.
Way out near the crater's crest. A blind and stupid clump of flesh found a chance and made a mess, reaching in to steal the mind, love and time of she divine, while cryptic serve the secret twine. Hard work now has been refined, just to glimpse something sublime. Tried so hard to fix her head, but gave instead a deed unsaid, a simple debt, another thread. Back towards home, the two were sent, with plodding flesh, their anger bent. Good ocean caught, what can't repent. So now we keep these nasty habits, kept between distorted brackets, sheltered from the light-made lattice. Our girl has observer status.